hello! Hi Dojo, hi Sunburns, hey Lux, hey Kickslap. I'm probably gonna start today with drawing the announcement I'm gonna post everywhere first, and then I'm gonna go to getting back on the commission train. So that's probably what we're gonna do. Hi Frenny! No variables, thank you for the tier 1 sub for 9 months. Thank you for sticking around for that long. Hey Nuchi! Made pho for the second time, it was great. We had pho earlier this week, I think, and oh my god, never fails to disappoint. Pho is so good. I like, even on a hot day, I'm in the mood, because it's about the flavor, right? So, yeah. How was your week? Or my week, I guess. It was pretty good. The main reason why I didn't stream last week, which feels like so long ago, was because I was actually on my like kind of vacation, and I completely forgot to tell you guys. But I decided to take a couple days away from work to not go anywhere specific. I just like stayed in bed and took a nap. But I wasn't working from last Thursday to and onward, and so I got back to work this week, and so it's been a pretty short work week for me, but super busy. Like I think I took like 2 to 3 days of like not working on anything, and then like Sunday evening all the way till today it was like work, even though I didn't technically get back to work at my day job until like Wednesday. So it's been pretty busy, and but I really needed the sleep. I did really need the sleep, and it's been nice. I've discovered a cool game over my break, and if any of you guys are interested in like kind of more story-based games versus like combat type games, there's a Switch game called Coffee Talk, and I've been really enjoying it actually. I didn't think I would, and I played the demo on a whim, but Coffee Talk is actually a really cool game. It's a pixel-based game that where you are a barista and you prepare drinks for people, and it's a lot more about people's interactions in your coffee shop that's only open at night in this world that is kind of a parallel of Earth, but in the way that there are actual like different fantasy races as opposed to like ethnicities. So that's pretty cool. I will say it is, I think, a game made for adults in the way that there are certain topics or mentions of things. Like, they just talk about sex really casually, which is fine, and it's not egregious or like super weird or fetishy. It's just like, oh yeah, these characters are adults, for the most part. I think one of them is 19-ish. Game made for adults with kind of just like relatively more mature dialogue. So if that's something that you're interested in, you like games about characters with stories, you like watching a character develop, you like relationships developing, there's, I believe, LGBT characters in it. I've gotten the first hints of it, and I haven't even gotten that far in the game. So it's a pretty cool game, and I have been enjoying the coffee making aspect of it, because you make like different teas, and it's really cute little pixel art of all the different types of drinks, and it's cool seeing like different combinations for real world like drinks. Like, I don't know, I mean, I'm a pretty basic like drinker of liquids, so I don't necessarily like branch out, but it's cool seeing different combinations of like, oh, what does normal tea with like cinnamon and lemon create, or what and they source teas from different regions. So there's like Indonesian teas, there are like ones from France and Russia, and they all have their own little recipe, and you have to remember what people's like typical ones are, but yeah, it's really cool. So if you're interested in a game, it's very casual. There's no timing. They do have like modes where you can play just like the mini game of making drinks, but I've been really enjoying it, and so if that's something that interests you, I'm gonna check that out. Let's see. Hey Louila. Hey Chimkin. Heavily to Valhalla? Really? I don't know. Maybe I'm thinking of the wrong Valhalla. I actually have tried Potion Crafter. And it's all fun and good. The finite resource thing? Valhalla? Oh, okay. The finite resource thing of Potion Craft, as well as the what is it? Like there's ways to fail in the game and then run out of resources and then be shamed in the game. And as I've mentioned many times before, I don't play games to be challenged. So I got a little nervous playing it, and it kind of stressed me out. But very cute game. I think one of the most creatively consistent games I've seen, because the game itself is the art direction for it is fantastic. It looks like a medieval storybook etching thing. Really beautiful. And totally worth all of you guys checking out, because I think we should support games that have really strong creative visions. So yeah, you should try it. Oh, cool. I think I've seen this. I think I didn't want to play it because of the anime girls. I think I was like, there's a few too many like classic anime girls in these screenshots, but that isn't to say that the game itself is not right up my alley. So I'll probably check it out. Actually, it's not that expensive. Have I played Before Your Eyes? No, I haven't. I actually haven't. I don't think I've ever heard of that, actually. Do I prefer husbandos or waifus? Do I prefer? I don't know if I am really in the... Okay, well, I say that, but I was gonna say, okay, I don't think I'm really in the mindset anymore to have that. But fucking absolutely husbandos if I think about it. I don't know. I don't tend to like female characters, I think, nearly as much, unless they really prove to me that they're worth liking. Yeah, I was gonna act all be like, I don't think I'm into that anymore, but judging by just like my reaction to characters like Joker from Persona 5, some of the male characters from Genshin Impact when I still play that game, I probably shouldn't say anything. But yeah. Okay, well, I'll definitely check both of those games out, actually. Because I've been really interested in playing like some more indie projects for sure. But I just kind of never paid attention to the space as much, mainly because I only really played games that like I set out to play X game, and I usually got the console to play it, and then I don't really search any deeper. But lately I've been pretty interested in seeing what other games are out there. Hey Luna! But how was your guys' week? Anything interesting or fun happen? Any new breakthroughs or realizations or whatever as I relearn how to draw today? Going to a ramen place? Nice, nice. What's your favorite ramen? Moved out from home and now independent. Congratulations! I don't know about other people, but moving out was a big, like, I don't know, it was just like, it marked like a huge chapter in like me growing up and becoming and maturing a little bit more. And I attribute that a lot to like who I am today. Big, medium, and small shapes. Always a good thing to think about. Bought your first manga? Nice. Managed to write 1,500 words in a single section. Good job. Still stuff. Thank you for the Twitch Prime Gaming sub. Preparing for Dungeons and Dragons. Nice, nice. Are you preparing for a campaign, or are you the DM, or whatever? I don't know. There's a lot you can do with D&D. Nothing too exciting, but I was able to attend a cousin's wedding last weekend and feeling nice. Ah, yes. I totally feel that haven't been drawing for fun. You're the DM? Nice. Hey, Kason. How are you? Schooling in a different country and I feel a lot more mature, so no, I can't tell. It's a big responsibility to be living away from your family and also going to school in a different country. So I'd say, you know, really be proud of yourself for like being able to handle that, because that's tough for anyone, really. I'd say my experience has always been that I was like going to school in a different state. So when my parents moved to the East Coast, I went to a different school in a different state, much like a couple states away from them. And then I eventually moved back to California. So like, you know, in the beginning there's a level of like homesickness that you get when you are away for the first time, but I think for me, eventually that homesickness kind of like evolved into understanding like, oh, okay, I really needed this. And after that, you know, like I still like seeing them, but I just make so much more progress on like personally in the moments where I can like really focus and live the life that I created and cultivated, in, you know, spaces that I built with people that I met. So that is where I'm at in terms of, or at least the benefits from my experience of living away from home. Do you still stream regularly, or stay just like you do? I do try to stream on Fridays. It's just kind of a toss-up because I work multiple jobs, and sometimes there are days where I'm like, I cannot spare any more time. So sometimes it's a little bit of a toss-up per week whether or not I'll be able to stream. But I do want to keep streaming for sure. Because it is fun, and I do like talking with people. Sometimes though, after like 8 hours of working and talking with people and being in meetings and all that stuff, it gets a little bit like, do I want to? I always end up wanting to, actually. Even if I start the stream feeling pretty tired, I'm always like energized and happy to be there after a couple minutes of talking with everyone. But yeah, my schedule is pretty unpredictable. There's no telling when I'll actually have the time. I did, and I understand why, which is why I updated it. So I'm not like normally into, like, I like Halloween as much as the next person, right? But there are some people that like live for Halloween, and I've never really been that person, I guess. And I've also never been the person who's like, oh, I love fall because I get to take all my like nice fall clothes out. I wear the same stuff all year round. And I don't have as developed of a closet to like appreciate fall, I feel like, as much as I would love to. So like I've never really been into the kind of fall spirit, really. But this year, for some reason, I've been super into like a lot of the Halloween / fall decoration stuff. Like I got unnaturally excited about pumpkins this year. And like anytime I see like a pumpkin or like fall leaves or fall colors, I get unbearably excited. Like my roommate and I have had this sort of tradition that we have sort of kept up, but we got hot chocolate and we got marshmallows and we got cream, and we have been making hot chocolate nearly every day for the past like week. And I remember when we were both still in school, we would on like, I think it was Thursdays because we had class together that day, but it was like an evening class. So we'd come back, we'd put on like a Yule log or like one of those like looping fire crackling fireplaces because we don't have a fireplace, and then we'd make hot chocolate, sit on the couch, and just like sit in silence. But this year we got lights. We got Halloween lights. So we got purple, just like purple Christmas lights, kind of, so it sets like the mood for the room. Then we got orange little pumpkin lights, and they're hanging across the doorway. And I just, every time I look at them, I'm like, this is so cute. And I think recently life has just been so much more cute to me. Like things in my day-to-day life I just look at and I appreciate more for how like pure and good they are. There's something nice about appreciating when something's just like really pure and adorable. So I don't know, there was something about pumpkins this year that really sent me into a little bit of a I don't know, just they're cute. Anyways, so ultimately where this conversation is going is I kind of want to make a Halloween painting or illustration this year like I did back in 2019, I think. And I'm wondering what theme I should do for it, because it's probably going to be my character, because I do want to stick with what I did for that one spooky season painting I did. But I want to know what like themes you guys think would be cool, because I could definitely make her into like a certain type of monster thing, you know, or we could do something a little bit more ambitious. I don't know. You have any advice on getting out of your comfort zone? I just feel like I'm stuck in the same place and I'm too scared to try something new. So I've discovered that like when it comes to getting out of your comfort zone, the fear of trying something new is really the primary problem. Because why is it that we are scared to try new things? primarily it's because we're afraid to fail. We don't want to make something bad that looks bad, and we don't want to have to face that, I guess. We don't want to have to face a mistake. And I talk about this kind of in my class, but in order to kind of improve myself in my art at a certain point, I had to reevaluate what it meant to make mistakes, and what it meant to fail in the context of like making a bad drawing. And ultimately where I ended up was just like, it doesn't make any sense to be afraid to make a bad drawing, because making bad drawings is a part of drawing. It's not a thing where like, it's not, drawing is not inherently a task that it has like 100% success rate. It's volatile and dependent on a lot of different factors, which is what makes it so complicated. And to expect to just always be doing it right, and being afraid to ever do it quote unquote wrong, is just kind of, it doesn't fit with art as a I don't know, skill. So this idea that I am afraid to make bad art and make mistakes, is me placing and kind of attributing certain insecurities and certain fears on something that inherently begets mistakes, and that in turn creates opportunities for learning and discovery. So I had to evaluate like what made me afraid of that. And a lot of my personal fears were, I was always afraid to make art that I didn't feel like I could post, because at the time I had a kind of obsession with posting the art that I made. And so even if I wasn't obligated to post anything I made, but regardless, whenever I drew something, I always felt like, oh, if it's not posting worthy, then like it's a catastrophic failure, I guess. Which makes no sense, because no one's holding my head like gunpoint. I'm not being held at gunpoint to post things, but for some weird reason, that had a weird control over what I thought was okay to do. And also, our culture in general has a very weird obsession with punishing mistakes, even pretty non-important ones. And so, you know, you're taught to like not fail or to feel bad about failing, and at some point you kind of start telling yourself that failure is an unacceptable option, that failure is something that you should be ashamed about, when especially with art, it should be encouraged to fail. You should be encouraged to use failure as a metric, as data, as kind of an example of what is honestly a very subjective process, a very subjective skill set. So if it's kind of this fear where, at least for me, right, and I can only really speak from my perspective, I was afraid of making art that I felt like other people wouldn't like, and I was afraid of making art that wasn't good enough in that circumstance. It was by removing myself from the pressure or the need to ever have to show my art, to show the work that I do to other people, that kind of started to allow me to move on from that idea. As soon as I stopped posting the majority of the work that I do, as soon as I stopped attributing drawing to the idea of sharing art, this preconceived notion that I had to share everything I did, that I had to, prove to people that I could do this thing, that I could do it well, and that, things that I did could be private, and that I could keep them to myself. At that point, who was I, why was I afraid of doing and making mistakes when it's just me there? When I'm the only one who's ever going to see it, when I'm the only one who's ever going to really understand, oh, this one, not as great, right? Why was I afraid if I was the only one who's ever going to see it? Because You know, obviously you're your worst critic, but at the same time, like, why was I going to bully myself for doing something that's actually quite natural? Once I started to accept those terms of failure, started to accept making mistakes as a way for me to understand myself better, it became easier for me to actually start working outside of my comfort zone. I would attempt to do things, and I would accept the instances where they don't go well, because they often don't, and I could work with that, because as soon as the mental block was gone, I think that's what stops most people from leaving their comfort zone. Because how did you even define that comfort zone in the first place? You weathered a ton of terrible drawings, a ton of pretty lackluster exploration, to the point where you started getting really confident because you've done it for so long. But as soon as you've tasted what potential comfort and potential, like, the security of knowing what you're doing, is, once you've felt that with one thing, right? You're comfortable drawing humans, you're comfortable drawing animals, you're comfortable doing whatever. As soon as you've felt that once, you're afraid to ever feel different again. That is the state that I found myself in. And that was the state I had to break out of in order to grow, essentially. Because our comfort zones are inherently restrictive. They are incredibly small, especially if we don't make an effort to break out of them. And we should always be challenging that in some way when we can, as often as we can. Because I feel like just by the nature of always kind of exploring what you're weak at and what you struggle to do, you add to your understanding of things that you feel confident doing already. It's by learning kind of the intricacies of painting environments that I started to understand how to paint humans. Even though I've been doing that for, 10 years at this point? It wasn't until I had to struggle through learning about depth, learning about creating, rendering details and creating focus in certain areas, that I had a better understanding of how to paint humans in a way that had the same values, had the same core principles, but just were easier to hide, because painting humans and painting environments, we view them as being different despite the fact that they have the same core principles. Anyways, this is one whole big shtick to say that a lot of this is a kind of mental thing, and I can't anticipate why it is that it freaks you out, and what's stopping you necessarily. But for the most part, artists are often incredibly scared to come face to face with the things that they don't know. Because art is inherently a very obvious, very honest skill. You are always confronted with what you don't know, and you are always confronted with hard evidence of what you are working towards understanding, what you're currently learning, what you currently don't understand. And we are inherently allergic to failure, to mistakes, because we have villainized and made it shameful to fail. Once you understand that failure is an inherent part of why this subjective skill set is interesting, and why it's, so varied and incredibly, deep and vast in terms of what can be achieved in art, is because what one person might deem as a mistake could, for another person, be an incredible stylistic choice. Once you understand that those things don't really matter, that the tiny mistakes and the tiny ugly drawings that you make during your lifetime ultimately are just steps towards a better, more faithful, more well-rounded execution of your ultimate, like, you know, dream look, dream style, dream kind of combination of skills, it doesn't feel nearly as bad to make mistakes. And that's kind of the direction I'd like to push everyone to go towards. To understand that none of these things have to feel that bad if you don't give it the weight that we usually prescribe them. People that see every individual mistake as another reason to stop drawing, as opposed to seeing these mistakes as markers for where they're currently at, where they have left to go, as solid evidence for what they have to work on, as key markers to help you as opposed to punish you, right? I'd say that's how we should all be viewing mistakes, viewing pieces that fail, viewing drawings that we're not satisfied with, as opposed to viewing them as, I guess, like validation for your worst insecurities. That wasn't any shorter than my previous thought, but anyways. I'm gonna catch up on the chat now. Hold on. Yes, pumpkins are great. Love pumpkins. Could do a suggest a theme for points. I could do that. Pumpkin witch, perhaps a duel. Ooh, actually, that's a cool idea. A duel-on. Are you going for something big, like a cute vampire piece or something? I don't know. I'd like to try something. I'd always like to try something bigger. In the last one, I didn't do anything with like an environment, and it's weird because like I had this weird mental block about like illustrations for a while, where I'd always be like, wow, it'd be cool to like make splash. Oh, this was before, right? I was like, oh wow, it'd be so cool to make splash arts, and then I got like contract gigs doing splash arts while I was thinking about, oh, how cool would it be to make my own splash arts. And it's like, wait, I have the skill set for this because I do it for work, and yet for some reason there's like, it's so hard for me to imagine doing it for fun. So I would like to in very kind of a weird way, relating back to this conversation, I would like to break out of my comfort zone a little bit, and try doing something bigger, really pushing towards like finishing pieces, just because I don't do that very often in my free time, and I think it could be fun. I say that, but I'm incredibly lazy, and without like a good idea and like a solid concept, I'm probably not gonna finish it. So that's kind of why this is sort of hasn't happened yet, I guess. When I paint skin, the color result is very different, kind of dull on my phone screen, but fine on my computer or monitor. So depending on what kind of phone you have, it depends really on what you care about, because everyone's monitors are different. So ultimately what it looks like on everyone's monitors isn't something you can control. Some people's monitors are naturally more bright. Like mine is a lot brighter and a little bit more saturated than if I look at it on my second monitor, because that's much older, that doesn't have like the same like pixel density or like the same kind of light behind it, in terms of how it creates colors and stuff. A lot of this is like supposed to be fixed with like color profiles, but that is not something you can control across different monitors in a way that works consistently. I will say that a lot of people kind of base colors off of printing. So what colors would be created when you print them is what is considered standard, and Apple products are set to the same color profile as printers. So that's why a lot of graphic design offices use Apple products for all of their, professional services is because their products are considered true to color or whatever. If you have an Apple product as a phone, you can look at it on your phone, and that is considered what is accurate for printing. But that doesn't necessarily mean anything if you don't necessarily get into printing and whatnot. I'd say if it really bothers you between the two, you could try and see if you can set your computer monitor to something potentially closer to what your phone has, or I don't think you can change what it looks like on the phone. So I'd say go by the phone as opposed to the monitor, because monitors come in wildly different color profiles. And if you know that that's like something that happens, if you can't fix the color profile on your monitor, just naturally, like, oh, I know all my stuff naturally turns out dark, so I'll just drop in like levels adjustment right before I call it done, and I will make this brighter than I think it should be, so that when I check it on a different device, it is what it should be. Or that could be, a saturation thing, like hue and saturation layer. It's a problem that a lot of people have to deal with, because digital tech is not consistent across all things. So I wouldn't worry about it too much necessarily, but it is good to check it on different devices to see if, regardless of what it looks like on different things, if it still looks okay. How is Peach doing? Peach is doing good. She has been obsessed with this Lego toy that we got for her. I don't remember if I've told you guys this story, but you can get her to do donuts now. Or like doing what the dogs do when they chase their tail. You can get her to do that, but she chases the laser. But she doesn't have object permanence, so as soon as the laser like blinks out of view, or it gets too far away from her, she like forgets that it exists. And we have considered the idea that maybe when she was still a street cat, she might have gotten like certain types of brain damage. Because sometimes it feels like she's not able to see things on certain colors. She doesn't totally follow you if you like had her attention at one point and then you lose her attention. She sometimes struggles to see in certain lights, and just like the idea of her being so thoughtless all the time. I don't necessarily think that that's the case, but it is interesting to think about if she actually does just like forget that the laser is there. But yeah, so she's fine. She's living her life for sure. She's currently not here, but yeah. Oh my god, wait, I have the perfect. So she as I mentioned before, she's an actual criminal, right? Miss Peach loves to steal food from my roommate's cat. And my roommate's cat's been going through some stuff recently, so they were away for a vet appointment, and that meant that the food bowl was unprotected. And I'm trying to work, right, in my room, so I don't have view of the food bowl, but I hear some crunching. So I look over and I see Peach. I'm just able to like see Peach kind of like run out of the room, and I'm like, oh my god, this cat. So I'm just like, Peach, we've talked about this. You cannot be stealing food from your roommate kitty, okay? Like, we can't be doing that because you have your own diet food that you're on. So you can't be having that kind of food, and also not good for your tummy. You throw up every time you eat from that bowl because cats cannot be switching food all the time. And she looks at me with her big eyes as if she understands. She doesn't, because as soon as I turn away from her, she runs back into the room, and I hear the crunching again. And I'm like, Peach! Peach, stop! I run into the room, and Peach, knowing that she's doing something bad, hides under my roommate's bed. And so I'm like, okay, I can't be watching her, I'm working. So I take the food bowl and I move it to be on the table, and she doesn't go on the table. So I move it to be on the table, and I'm like, okay, this is gonna stop her. She doesn't have any food to eat, and I leave. And then, give or take like 5-ish minutes later, I hear crunching again, and I'm like, oh shit, did you find the food bowl? So then I like run back in, and this bitch, okay, because she is sweeping the floor for any crumb she can find of my roommate's cat's food. She is cleaning the mat that the food bowl was on, because my roommate's cat is kind of a messy eater, so there's always like drops for kibble. And Peach is vacuuming up any scrap that she can find, and I'm like, what is happening? so I have to physically pick up every single scrap that I can find off the floor, throw it into the bowl, and like drag her out of the room and close it. I cannot believe Peach works so hard to eat food that is not hers. Because you'd think that would be an indicator for some kind of intelligence. But no, she's dumb as hell. Like, she doesn't know what's happening at all, ever. And yet, she insists on committing crimes on the daily. Okay? She is a war criminal that has no concept of what her crimes are. And that's like, it's so, I don't know. I don't know if she's like a mastermind secretly, because like, you'll catch her on her way to the bowl and you'll be like, Peach, don't do it. Like, don't give in to the need. And she'll stop. She won't look at you, but she'll stop. And it seems like she's considering what she's doing. And then she goes anyway, because she's like, instant gratification, obviously. So I don't know what to do with her, but regardless, I love her a lot. She's my favorite. She's the best decision I've ever made. But god damn, did I pick up the dumbest cat within like 20 miles of me. All right. But it's okay because I love her. Catching up on the chat. Do her and your roommates cat get along? They have a bit of a Cold War situation going on, so they kind of just ignore each other, and they can be next to each other. But as soon as one of them gets too close, they'll throw hands, which usually ends pretty quick. Like, I don't really fight each other all that much, but it's enough for us to be like, okay, well, if they get within a collision course of each other, we gotta watch it. But yeah, otherwise they'll like sit on the same bed and like be next to each other, but like they cannot be on a collision course. Did you do the cat trick where you put your cat near the wall to see if they stop? Oh, okay, well, I can't really do it because Peach hates being held. It's like kind of still like a stressor for her. So I don't think I could hold her long enough without her like fighting. So I think it would just render the test pointless, because ultimately she will inevitably like kick the wall. She just doesn't like being picked up under her arms or in any way, really. She has a particular hatred for being on her back. So if at a certain point in her life she actually does get more used to being held, I'm definitely interested in trying the test. But until then, I don't think the test results will be inconclusive. So I'm basing it off of her other behaviors. In which case, this cat dumb as hell. Jimbo, thank you for the 2 months for 14 months. Are they both female cats? Yes. Is Peach like a street gangster? You know, when I got her and they were like, oh yeah, she's a street cat, I'm like, oh dang, I'm gonna get a cat with street smarts. Because the last 2 cats that I've had were both incredibly intelligent cats. Like, the first cat we had was straight up a human. Like, she could, and this is like my family cat, she could walk next to you without a leash. She could swim, she could climb trees. Like, there was a point where we could take her to the local community pool at night where, like, no one else was there. And she would just swim around the jacuzzi and then swim around the pool, and then she'd just wait for us to, like, go home. And then she'd walk next to us back home. Like, she was incredibly intelligent. She eventually, you know, used that intelligence to break out of the house and leave, but, you know, whatever. And then the second cat I had was also incredibly intelligent, in, like, kind of like an old man sort of way. So he was kind of like an indoor-outdoor cat. He wanted to go outside so bad. He'd do anything he could do to get outside. And if that meant, like, you know, hiding in a place where you couldn't see them, and then as soon as you open the door even a little bit, shoot out of the door, he would do that. But he was always incredibly smart and would always come back after a couple hours. He never left the area for too long, so we never were really necessarily that worried. And in, like, the 18 years that he was alive, he never got hurt, never got caught, and all that. So, you know, really smart. And then I go out and get my first personal cat, and she's dumb as hell. And a war criminal. A petty thief. And it's really funny because my mom used to tell me, like, you'll know if, you know, you were meant to have this cat if you look them in the eye. And you look at the look that they give you when you look them in the eye. And I was like, well, shit. I made a poor decision then, because when I look at Peach in the eye, they get in there. But, she's incredibly good at stealing hearts. She is one of the cutest cats I've ever seen. And ultimately, though, she's also, like, the best cat for me and my partner, because we have a particular love for cats that are kind of dumb and round, and she is both things, very much so. So it actually ended up working out really nicely. But yeah, anyways. We do make jokes that she's actually secretly incredibly intelligent, and she's just pretending to be a stupid cat. The thought has definitely crossed our minds. But, you know, then you look at her and you're like, how could you be intelligent? Your eyes are so big and so anxious, and there's no way. Which is, you know, how they get you, but I got a cute, so something that really sparked my, like, fall Fall Mania, I think, this year. I was at, what is it? Like, CVS, which is like a drugstore here, I guess. And I very rarely buy anything from CVS except for, like, snacks and stuff. But, for some reason, I guess I just spotted this kind of dumb-looking owl cup. And it's like an owl that's holding a leaf. A fall leaf. And it's, like, brown, and it's got, like, it's, like, brown and red and yellow, and so it's got, like, all these, like, warm tones to it. And its eyes are just not looking in the same direction, right? So it's kind of cursed. But I saw it, and I was like, I want him. I saw him, and I was like, I need him. So, I got the cup. And I've been drinking out of that cup whenever I need, like, hot chocolate or something, like, warm. And so, every time I think about him, there's a smile on my face, because, there's something about the fact that it's an owl. He looks like Blathers a little bit, honestly. The fact that he's an owl, and he's holding a leaf, and he's just a cup. Something about him just really adds to my experience. And I understand why people, like, collect cups, because, like, the perfect cup really makes the drink, you know? Any cute pictures of Peach? I have so many. And I will pull them out when, maybe if we take a break midstream, I will pull them out for sure. It really did, like, evoke something in me, because I looked at it and I was like, I need him. Now, it might be because, like, recently or just in general, like, I have a lot more income to just, like, buy things that make me happy, as opposed to just, like, necessities. And I saw him and I was like, he's coming home. Hope you're having a good day. I've been having a pretty good day. Thank you. I hope you've also been having an excellent day. It's been busy, but it has been good. Except my fire alarm kept going off, and I was taking a nap at the time. So that was a very rude awakening. And we couldn't figure out how to get it to stop, so we had to, like, take it off the wall and then put it back on. It hasn't gone off since, but I don't exactly know why it went off at all, because nothing in my room was smoking. Not even my computer wasn't even that hot. It was barely hot because it was like on sleep mode. None of my lights were on. Very strange. Have you ever seen anything about Owl House? I have seen it around quite a bit, because for some reason Twitter seems to think I should be interested in it. I am not into watching shows of that type anymore. Honestly, Steven Universe was, like, the only show that I watched, and then I stopped watching after, like, season 2. So unfortunately not my cup of tea, but I've heard good things about it. I honestly don't watch a lot of shows at all. And honestly, the more popular a show is, the less I want to watch it at the time that it is currently out. So I'm not watching Squid Game until that has left the zeitgeist. Actually, I don't even know if I'll ever watch Squid Game. I'm not really into, like, sad shows, I guess. I tend to like crime shows. But, like, unfortunately, a lot of them were made during a period of time, aka, like, the 2010s. They're just not very, I don't know, sensitive to, certain topics. Like, I recently rewatched NCIS. I say recently, but this was, like, February. But I recently rewatched NCIS, and oh boy! People really didn't have a great understanding of transgender, just in general, like transgender people in general. The amount of transphobic jokes that are in that show is incredible. It is hard to watch nowadays, for sure, because, you know, when I watched it, I was not old enough to understand, like, what they were actually saying, but oh man, some of the jokes they make are not good. They're not funny either. They're just unfortunate, really. Yeah, I mainly watch, like, Criminal Minds. I watch, like, maybe a couple shows in general. I watch Criminal Minds. I watched NCIS up until season, like, 5. And then I watch Bones up until season 7? Maybe? Or 9? Or 10? I get kind of far into Bones. And then I watch Hunter x Hunter. And occasionally you might find me watching, like, a relatively new show, like, what is it? Shadow and Bone? Or something? Like, I watched that with my roommate. It was pretty alright. We both hated the main protagonist so much. It was insane. How much we hated the main protagonist. My roommate and I rewatch Avatar: The Last Airbender every year or so at some point. I tend to rewatch older shows as opposed to watching new ones, I've discovered. I've not watched Fullmetal Alchemist in a really long time. I used to rewatch that a lot too, but I think I don't know, I watched it so often when I was younger that, like, I kind of don't need to rewatch it to remember, like, all of the episodes. So, and I watched, like, both Brotherhood and the original one, which, I gotta say, I am a Fullmetal Alchemist apologist. I know that the first one did not follow the plotline, but I thought that the plotline they invented was kind of neat. I don't know. But I've watched both so many times that, like, I remember it still too well, I guess. So watching it now, even though I haven't watched it in quite a while, at least 5 years, it still feels very fresh to me. But, you know, that's neither here nor there. Oh, I think I saw a question about my line weight. Let me see. Line variance? honestly, it's like it's very much having like a relatively tight control over the pressure that I use. It helps that I'm pretty comfortable with what I'm drawing, so I can kind of focus more on like the quality of the line work, because if you are not very comfortable with what you're drawing, it's hard to control both things at the same time. Yeah, I'd say it is having a very tight like grip over, you know, what line weight I want to put in what area of the line. Certain sections being darker because I know, like, in this kind of fictional lighting scheme, certain things would be in shadow versus others, and so I try to like make definitive choices about where that line weight goes in order to comply with my like intended, I guess, vision for X thing. I don't know. It sounds very flowery, but essentially I am kind of working through like what certain line weights would look like given you know, like if it was heavier over here, if it was heavier in the middle, if I was using a really light hand overall for a line, I usually make that muscle memory decision before I draw it, and that's kind of just based off of like half muscle memory, practice, experience. Like at this point, a lot of my line weights are relatively standard because I use it a lot across a lot of my drawings. Also just, you know, sometimes I just make it up, but there is a lot of consideration for, you know, am I going to make this line darker because I think it makes it more grounded, because I tend to add like pitch shadows or slightly thicker, darker lines in certain areas to try and denote there would be a shadow here, but not always. What is the most common problem you see beginner artists make? Hold. Because I did not forget the intention for what this piece was originally supposed to be for. Let's see, beginner artists. They are, I don't know, I think less people nowadays, in general, when they start drawing, they are a lot more willing to forget why they wanted to start drawing, or they start drawing for the wrong reasons. there's been a good kind of trend of people who start drawing because they have like a style goal, like they want to draw as good as someone else, or they want to draw like a certain artist, as opposed to they wanted to start drawing because there's something they wanted to draw, I guess. And I find it a little worrisome that a lot of people have been starting like that, or they start because they want to make a business out of it, and like one of their first posts is just like, here's my commission information. It's like, you haven't even been drawing for that long. I feel like not a ton of beginner artists really value that like initial spark enough that they don't allow that to be something that they treasure and cherish, and they don't allow that to be something that keeps them going. Because when you start getting really deep into like online stuff, online spheres, looking at just looking at more artists online in general, and they have all these style aspirations, and they don't really value what they personally like doing enough. And so they're a lot more willing to allow their passions to be replaced by, wanting to draw like a certain artist, wanting to be in a certain fandom, wanting to be relevant to certain types of people in their friend groups. And so they'll draw fan art when they kind of don't really want to, and they'll feel like they have to do a certain thing because that's what people follow them for. Or they try to participate in community stuff when they don't really even want to. There are definitely people that want to do that stuff. That should be, it's totally fine if you do. But when it comes to people getting into art, a fair few of them, I feel like, get into it with reasons that won't help them when it gets tough. Because it always does. And that's kind of one of the primary constants of art in general, is that it always inevitably gets incredibly tough. Either you start doubting yourself, or you start feeling like, some pretty major imposter syndrome. And as soon as they get to that point, they cave, because it gets to be kind of too much pressure. And they didn't really want to do it as much. I guess they didn't really want to do art as much as they thought they did. And so that's usually when I get a little wary, because I always worry that people don't value their own tastes or their own interests nearly as much as they should. So, and there's also like other stuff, really. I think it's a complex question, because people have all sorts of preconceived notions going into art. It's hard to know really what all of them are, but I don't know. The amount of stuff I've seen from people, or like the kind of quality I've seen from people recently, just in like the past couple years, the kids are alright. They'll be fine. Any tips for a new cat owner? Cats are a lot more resilient than I think a lot of people think, and I'm always freaked out whenever anything happens. Just, get comfortable with knowing the habits of your cat. Keep an eye out on them. A lot of the primary ways you figure out if a cat is sick or not doing too well is based on whether or not their habits change. So, while they're healthy and stuff, keep an eye out for, how often do they go to the bathroom? What does their poop look like? How often do they drink? How often do they eat? You know, look at what typical habits they do when they're just walking around the house. Do they sleep in certain areas? Do they not sleep a lot? What is your kind of preferred habits? And do they have any toys that they like? Whatever. Like, all of this information is really good to know in general, because as soon as the cat behaves differently, as soon as, you know, there is, like, a new behavior or, like, more of a certain behavior, you can suss out for yourself whether or not that's something to worry about. Because I started worrying about everything. As soon as Peach, you know, would do anything, I'd be like, is she okay? Like, you know, she, and granted, Peach did get sick because she has a kind of weaker immune system. But she has a weaker immune system, and she did get sick a couple times, so, like, she had a respiratory thing at one point, respiratory infection, and she was getting used to the new house, and there were new allergens, and she had asthma and stuff like that. So, you know, I had to learn all of those things. What does it look like when she's actually sick versus when she is just kind of having allergies to dust or whatever. Once I learned those things, I am a lot less nervous about when, you know, Peach displays any small, like, change in behavior. I'm like, oh, okay, that's fine, that's normal. She sleeps a lot, but she still eats normally. Her body seems normal. I think it's primarily just because she wants to be in the same room as me and I'm always working. And I felt bad about that, so I bought her a toy and I've been playing with her frequently. So now whenever I leave my room, she gets really excited because she thinks we're gonna play with a laser toy. And so I always try to do that for her, and, you know, she's been walking around a lot more and doing a bunch of stuff. So cats are resilient, but also, you know, worth keeping your eye on their habits, because that's usually what vets will ask when something's wrong. They'll be like, oh, you know, have you noticed X or X thing change? Hey, Skylar. Hey, Sungjun. How do you deal with the cat's claws? Terribly. Peach does not like getting her claws cut. And so I kind of just have to, like, lightly get on top of her and hold her down a little bit, and then just, like, try to clip them as fast as I can. Because, like, as long as you don't clip the quick, which is, like, you can see it as being, like, a little bit of a white or a pink thing inside the claw, as long as you don't cut that, they don't feel any pain. They just don't like being held down, and they don't like the feeling of their claws clipping. But they would much prefer that over having to rip out their claws themselves, because they do like bite them and rip off their claws, not in a way that's like bloody or whatever. It's just like they'll rip off like the outer shell of it, and it kind of can get like itchy and whatnot. So it can help to get two people to do it, so like someone holds them down or will feed them treats or distract them or pet them while the other person tries to clip all the claws really quick. It takes some practice. I'm not great with Peach because she struggles a lot more than all my other cats have ever struggled getting their claws cut, and also she doesn't like being held, so I have to, you know, get through that hurdle as well. So I sometimes break it up into different days. I'll clip her front two paws one day and then her back paws another day. But, you know, you just get used to, like, what your cat is willing to put up with, and eventually once they get more used to you and they like you a lot more, they will struggle less if they're the type to struggle. But this is gonna be an ongoing battle with Peach for sure. I can feel it in my bones. She's never gonna like me clipping her claws. How many layers do you use in the average commission? For sketch commission stuff, 1. Hello, good night. Good night. Or good evening? I don't know. I don't know if you're sticking around. I just got a new cat and she just lets me touch her paws and clip her nails. It's weird. She's just okay with it. Some cats are. And I wish Peach was, but no. I think you can ask vets to clip the claws if you want, or you can get them nail caps. If you cut them frequently enough, you don't have to worry about it. But yeah. And also, cats are big crybabies. They love meowing for any whatever reason, and when you're a new cat owner, you might think that you're hurting them. You're probably not. Lightly, firmly pressing their paws so that you get their nails out. They're gonna complain, but they're just babies, so that they'll complain anyway. It's, you'll know when you're hurting the cat, really, because they meow differently. But some cats, they just, they got a lot going on. And if you get a cat like Peach, who's a rescue, so she's got some trauma in her still, that we're working on kind of accommodating. There are certain things that I can't do. So I can't sit her on my lap and cut her nails the normal way, because she doesn't like sitting on her back or being her back to anything and her stomach exposed. So I have to get on top of her so that I'm kind of spooning her a little bit, but vertically. and I do that so that, she feels secure, but she can't move. I'm not gonna hurt her. Just different ways to accommodate to the cat's preferences. Yeah, you can also ask the shelter, if you are going to a shelter, hey, do you have a cat that's pretty calm? And looking at cat personalities is a pretty valid way to be looking at adopting, because certain cats are super hyperactive, and granted, their personality at the shelter is not going to be the same personality that they have when you get them and home and stuff. But it's good asking, hey, does this cat pretty socialized? Do they have any certain behavioral things? Some cats do not like men, some cats do not like women. Some cats have a particular thing about being at home with a dog. Some cats have a thing about being at home with children. Some cats active all hours of the day. And some cats, they sleep for most of their life. So you should ask about temperament and find a cat that works with your shtick. Because with Peach, it was recommended that she go to a home that didn't have a ton of other animals, didn't have a ton of other people, no kids, no dogs, and generally with an owner that was going to be home most of the time. And I am someone that I don't have kids. I live with one other person who has one cat who's older, so not hyperactive at all. I am home most of the time because I work from home. So it ended up being a perfect situation. How does your line weight change? I don't see the pen pressure being enabled. There is pen pressure. If you're looking at up here, this isn't a really good indication of it. Oh, hey, Sean! Thank you for the raid. I hope your stream went well. But yes, there is pen pressure enabled. I cannot draw without it. Yeah, it's been a pretty chill stream. It's been pretty good. Have fun. Thank you for the raid. Oh, well, you should be very careful about the fish. Make sure that there's no way for your cat to get into the fish tank. Cats are generally fine. Like, they can be left alone and be okay. You just kind of have to secure, you know, stuff that you don't want them getting into if they are the type of cat to do that. But, like, it's why I like cats, is because, like, they're not like dogs where if you don't, like, take them out for a walk and you don't get them to expend their energy, it can be pretty bad for them. Cats in general are relatively self-sufficient as long as you have, like, ample food, ample water, you have them, you know, rooms open for them and stuff. Like, it's, like, generally it's okay. But they can create a mess, so make sure you are, you know, well, it depends on your cat really, but yeah, they're fine. Yeah, they can groom themselves. Generally, like, you're actually not supposed to wash cats very often. It's, like, drying them is not very easy. They tend to clean themselves, and as long as they're, like, an indoor cat, you don't really need to worry about a ton of the things that you would need to wash them for. You know, if you have, like, an indoor-outdoor cat, that changes it, but, yeah, generally cats should not be hand-washed very often. I still draw every day? I draw every day for work. Whether or not I draw for myself, that doesn't happen every day. Not anymore. I do try to, like, get some drawing for myself every day, but it is hard when you have a lot of other things to be working on. I will hydrate myself. There's way too much ice in this. I had to refill the water filter, or not water filter? Brita filter? Water bucket? I don't know. The jug. The water jug or whatever. Right before stream, and there was not a ton of water left in it from before, so I'm left with a third of a bottle, but half a bottle's worth of ice, because I love ice. So now there's just a chunk of ice sitting in my water bottle, and it's not gonna melt, so I'm gonna have to figure out a way to eat it. What's your current goal in life? Like the biggest goal? Having a stable like living situation, which isn't to say that my current situation isn't stable, but like a lot of what I'm doing right now is kind of to work towards like establishing like a good semi long-term kind of environment. So like getting that like sort of more basic needs in terms of the Pavlov triangle of needs or whatever, living situation, income, stuff like that. I'm just kind of trying to make sure that that is stable and good, that I have a place to stay in, loved ones are taken care of, my pet's taken care of, and setting up for future endeavors into like doing more personal stuff. There's a lot of projects I'd like to do, but currently I'm focused on just like I want to live a good life. I want to do my best to set up, like good financial, stable sources of income so that I can, just focus on those future projects when I can. Because I do think about them occasionally. These like dream projects I'd like to work on at some point, or things I'd like to try. But I don't know. I've been willing to kind of put that on the back burner for a little bit, because I'm not asking for much. Like I don't really want to get rich or anything. I just want enough to like think about potentially, having a stable home life for a little bit. Disconnected elbow and touch to the shoulder. if you want to watch an artist who's really good at that, there's a Korean artist called Rio Skywalker on Twitch and ArtStation, and I think they have an Instagram as well. They do what I do, but better. They're so good. If you watch or read Dungeon Reset, the webtoon, they're the artist for that. So they're really good at what they do. And they are so much more well-versed in anatomy than I am. And I love their stuff, and they do stream on Twitch relatively regularly. Yeah, that's their name. So you should definitely check them out if you can, because their stuff is great. They're a very sweet person. They sometimes come by the streams, actually. But yeah, look them up on ArtStation. They have, I think, Twitter, Instagram, and Twitch. Yeah. Very, very good at what they do. But yeah, honestly, I just kind of guess where, like, I'll sort of ghost in, like, what I think the general distance should be, and then I just try to do my best guess. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. It's fine. Question. Why do tennis players have the wristbands? Does anyone know? I feel like I've never actually questioned it. But now that I realize, I don't really know why. Oh, really? Is that why? I see. Interesting. See, good stuff to know. Because the next time I have to design a character that has to do with kind of sports, then I'll know if someone has a motivation to prevent their hands from ever losing friction, then there's a way that people solve that. I always thought it was just a fashion choice. I was like, oh, one person did it, and then everyone else went and did it. But it's cool that they have like a real reason for it. Kind of cool to pick up either like playing music or learning how to write music, I guess. I don't know. That be cool to learn like some kind of practical thing, like sewing, knitting, that kind of stuff. I would like to pick up a hobby that kind of doesn't have anything to do with like computers or tech in any way, because something I've learned from some of the people that I work with is that especially if you work in tech, having a hobby that has nothing to do with digital anything or technology in general, especially for artists, is really nice and also really important. Because having time away from your desk and like having a hobby that takes you away from that space is not only, you know, healthier, but it's a good change of pace. And I don't really have a hobby like that yet, and like that, you know, that precludes or like kind of cuts out like playing games and like digital stuff. So welcome back, Seal. What book would you recommend for someone that's really lazy to study anatomy? If you're lazy about studying anatomy, I'd say videos are probably a lot more interesting than books. Like, books, they get wordy, they often are relatively static. I don't know if you'd actually get more out of a book than necessarily than if you studied it or attempted to study it yourself. I mean, there are a lot of good anatomy books out there. The only thing is, like, one, I never used them because I learned anatomy on my own. And two, a lot of them get relatively jargon-y. There's not really like a layman's guide to anatomy, I guess. So I don't know, I'd say YouTube videos might be a lot easier because they're generally shorter, more condensed information. You can target the thing that you actually want to learn. But also, you know, I just don't really have any personal recommendations given that I've never used anatomy books before. You're not on your pillow. That's new. Oh, that's so cute. Oh, did you put your eye in something again? Peach's eyes are so big that occasionally dust gets in them. And then she gets all a little misty-eyed and tears up a little bit, and sometimes one of her eyes, like, she blinks it a little bit. When it first started happening, I got really freaked out because I was like, oh, is it an eye infection? Is it swollen? Nope, just dust got in it. Yeah, my streams are not necessarily all that, like, crazy or exciting, because I'm not really all that much of a crazy or exciting person. I just like hanging out with people and kind of a chill way to end the week, because a lot of us, you know, go into school or we're working, so I like kind of just doing something nice and calm for a little bit. Do you believe that drawing can be both a talent and a skill? Yeah, I'd say that's a pretty good way to put it. I think the people that last in art are not people that only had talent. I think people that got into it at an early age or had a particular knack for it, it's a good way to get started, to jumpstart your way into it, but typically unless they have some level of determination or some level of commitment to it, that's not something that you innately have if you're quote-unquote talented, which to me personally just means that, like, the way that art works, the way that art presents itself and how you connect with the world in that way, that kind of creative way of seeing the world, I think, is usually what I would attribute talent to. Is just art makes sense. Art makes the world make sense. Because the way that I see the world, I think, and the way that I, interact with how I understand philosophy, how I understand kind of like the basic fundamental truths about reality in the world as it is very much based in art. And that's always kind of how it's been. I've always really seen art or things through the lens of kind of an art or creative leaning focus. So I'd say that that's kind of where talent comes from. People that find art in any form really thriving in that because it makes sense to them. But that doesn't necessarily mean that they have the drive or the discipline or even the motivation to keep up the act of it. People in that way, you can, grow to love art, you can grow to commit to it, and that's where skill comes in, right? It's the development of skill on top of that commitment. And people that are innately talented, that is not a part of the package. You can be pretty talented as a kid, or so people say. You can be a talented, prodigal kid and do nothing with it, right? And thank you for the Twitch Prime sub, Araya. Was I a straight A student? I was not. I was like a A-B kind of student. Have I watched the Shining movie? No. Does your liner get super wobbly up close? I don't know, actually. I like drawing from far away because it prevents me from getting too deep into the perfectionist part of it, which I'm trying to get away from, and then also it lets me keep an eye out for proportional stuff. How do you practice stable lines? Generally, if you find your or lines to be kind of wobbly, it's probably because you are either drawing your lines too short, you're drawing them too slow, or you don't have any kind of like momentum through your line work, and it's kind of a little bit more like hesitancy or a lack of understanding or kind of like a fear kind of coming into it. So generally I recommend, like, when you're trying to practice drawing with better line work, what you should practice is intent. Drawing a line, knowing exactly what each individual, nook and cranny is supposed to look like, drawing it, knowing like, okay, what is underneath this, and building off of that. When you draw something without any intent, you're kind of just hoping that at some point you find it, and especially if you're drawing without any kind of real understanding of what you're drawing, it can end up kind of looking a little bit shaky, a little bit hesitant. You don't really want to be too like confident in that choice. Confidence is, I think, one of the core ways that line quality improves. It's confidence in what you're drawing, confidence in the act of drawing that line, confidence in your decision making, and when you combine those things together, your knowledge of the thing that you're drawing, the kind of purpose or intent when you're making a line, as well as kind of just the technique that you're using, like the speed at which you're drawing, the types of lines you're using, whether or not that be long and quick, or if you're using maybe shorter, more precisely laid down lines and stuff like that. All those things kind of combine together to make up what is essentially the line quality. So I'd say if your lines are wobbly, it could be that you're not pulling through your lines, so instead you're kind of either like trying to draw it right the first time, or you're chicken scratching your way through it, trying to draw a line and make that be one that is packed with the information you need to describe, whether that would be the muscle structure underneath, whether that would be the form you're trying to convey. Try to describe that kind of information with less lines than you think you need, because you'll notice that when you look at artists who are really good with their lines, they're really good draftsmen, they generally don't need very many lines to describe a lot of information, and that could be either a lack of information. So in a lot of anime artists, they tend to completely wash out any kind of muscle definition because it doesn't add to the aesthetic of it. So they tend to draw super straight limbs and completely hiding any kind of muscle structure, and that's part of the aesthetic. Or you look at more classical draftsmen in the West, or fine art artists, and they can communicate a lot of information in terms of like muscle structure, form, 3D, like turning in space, depth. They can communicate a lot with not as many lines as you might think, and this doesn't include like shading or hatching or anything like that. So it's understanding what kind of quality are you looking for, because different line qualities will change the look and the feeling of a drawing. If you're going for that smoother line, then you're gonna want to practice drawing with intent, pulling your lines through a little bit more, limiting the amount of lines you use in a certain area, trying to describe more with each line, knowing what kind of information is important to show in like a given piece or a given line work, versus like what can you take away so that it doesn't look like, oh, I'm shoving every single possible subtle shift and angle into this, because sometimes you don't need it. Like there's a ton of muscles in the upper leg, but I'm not gonna draw all of them. Instead, I just do like a very simple angle, because what I'm more looking at is how the quadriceps go into the tendon as they reach closer to the patella. That's what I'm a lot more interested in, versus like each individual muscle being able to be seen, because this character, muscular as she is not the definition of a bodybuilder, so I don't need to show that level of definition, and I'm also not interested in showing that level of definition because I don't want to make her look too realistic, and that's a stylistic choice that I'm making. So I'm choosing what kind of lines I'm drawing to add to that I guess, like, intent. And I'm drawing each of these lines knowing where I'm placing them because I have an idea for what the pose looks like in my head. I know generally where these lines should go because I'm familiar with drawing certain objects like legs and fingers and the human body and stuff like that. So all these things kind of wrap together to help create intended line quality. And when it comes to the kind of line quality you want to achieve, depending on, you know, what artist you're looking at and stuff, it's good to know and look at really, you know, what techniques is an artist employing, how many lines do you find in a given angle. Did they have more information to communicate in that area? Is that why they used more lines? Did they tend to simplify everything and that's part of their style, part of the look that they're going for? Did they use a lot of line weight? Is that a part of the look that they're going for, more so than kind of the angles or the subtleties that they're trying to convey? Is the weight of the line more important, or is it the actual kind of like form of these lines, or is it more about the momentum and the flow and the movement through the line that helps the pose, that helps the character, that helps, you know, whatever. These different aspects change depending on the artist who's drawing it and the intent behind, you know, what the lines are trying to communicate. So all those things are good to think about if line quality is something that's important to you. Of course. Oh, I forgot this character doesn't have normal legs. Pen tablets, because display tablets tend to hurt my eyes, and it kind of freaks me out. Although I am very interested in trying, like, to like give screen tablets another try, just because I'm curious more than anything. But yeah, I prefer pen tablets just because I've been using them for so long that they're pretty comfortable for me. And I like that they're small and that I can, you know, put them away and take them out really fast, and, you know, I can travel with them, so my preference, I guess. Better for your posture? Yes. Probably better for your neck, I guess. And depending on where you put your tablet, potentially. But, you know, screen tablets, they have ergonomic arm. So you can make it so that your back is, you know, against your chair and you're looking ahead. But generally, I feel like people who work on Cintiqs and stuff don't necessarily have that kind of a setup. actually. I didn't. But I have heard that people generally tend to draw their own features in their characters. Just because, you know, you're probably someone that you've seen in the mirror quite often, and so you will sometimes draw yourself. Like, I had a teacher who, he has like a little scar on his forehead from something he did when he was a kid, and all of his characters get like a random little divot in their forehead because I don't know, I guess he always just like does it by habit for some reason. And this isn't necessarily because of me, because I think I did this after I started drawing it, but I always tend to draw characters with a little bit of with my bang swoop. My main character has it in my persona, I guess, and I eventually got the bang swoop because I used to draw it so much. Yeah, there have been instances of it, but Queen of Pain, I don't think I purposefully referenced myself for it. How long have I been using my pen tablet? I mean, I've gotten different models, but I've been using a pen tablet since I started drawing digitally. So I've had a pen tablet my whole life. So last year we did a kind of holiday charity fundraiser thing for the Malaria Consortium, which is an organization that helps administer the necessary treatments for malaria to children around Africa. And I offered sketch commissions and a bunch of other things in return for people supporting the fundraiser. So that's what I've been working on during the streams, are just the pieces for people who donated to the fundraiser back then. Yeah, we got a lot of people who helped out, which was really nice, but it also means I've been working on charity commissions for a while. But I am hoping that once I'm done with these, possibly not for this year, because I'm pretty busy this year, and so I doubt there will be enough streams for us to really finish all of the ones on the list currently before December, but I do want to make charity commissions or charity events something that we can do relatively frequently, because I've always really wanted to do charity event stuff, and so now that we've done it a couple times, I feel a lot more confident that we can do it more, consistently. But I gotta finish all of these first before that happens, so we might do one next year instead. Seal. stretch. I'll do that in a second. She's got a lot of skills. I'll get up and stretch first. Whoa. I sat in my chair too fast and I hit the bed. I cannot wait for the day that I can actually get like an office space versus working in my room. That'd be really nice. Because being this close to something that I sleep on, I'm always tempted to take a nap. And I really shouldn't, because taking a nap is not conducive to productivity. Do you think that when we use a small tablet like around 10 to 16 inches affects the way we draw with our hand? Yeah, I'd say that a smaller tablet can affect like how much you can use. I generally use medium tablets, so the medium Wacom size. I don't know what size that is in actual measurements, but the medium size is good for me because I do have some level of arm movement that I can still do, but yeah, smaller sizes do affect your ability to use more than just your wrist. And I generally tend to advise staying away from super small sizes because I think in the long run they don't necessarily help, even if they are cheaper. I don't always have enough or more energy after napping. Maybe I'm just too far gone in sleep debt. But yeah, most naps I wake up and I do not feel energized necessarily. Have you considered making a Google Doc of commonly asked art questions? Because I know you answer a lot of the same questions frequently. Peach, you're in the bathroom. Oh, is it gonna smell really bad? Peach. I mean, the thing is that, you know, as I grow as an artist, and as, like, my understanding of my philosophies on art change, my answers change, and I think my answers change a little bit from stream to stream. So even if I do get a lot of questions on the same thing, in a way it's kind of nice because it forces me to kind of reevaluate my ideas currently about, you know, what do I really think about when it comes to these topics. So I don't really necessarily mind, right? It's usually when it's like within the same stream, people asking the same stuff, where it gets a little bit like, oh, I wish I had like an automated answer for this. But I think if you ask me from stream to stream, sometimes my answer does subtly change if I've had, you know, kind of a different experience that day. But yeah, people also tend to not read those kinds of things, so I don't necessarily mind rehashing the same questions. You don't realize necessarily how you think or what your personal philosophies are on a topic until someone's asked you to explain it. So it's a good learning experience. Asida, thank you for the tier 1 sub for 13 months. Let's see. Where do I save this? Twitch stuff. Twitch requests. I will get up and stretch. Play. Are you able to draw for long periods of time? I have attention, like, span issues. So unless I'm like super hyper focused on something, I don't really have the best attention span. But there are times where I do get pretty hyper focused on stuff, and I can like sit still for what, like 5-6 hours, just really focus. I will drink water. mean, some of these people have watched almost every stream that I've done for like 2 years. So they have probably quite a few. I appreciate the support. Night, Leonardo. Thank you for coming. That's my opinion on oil painting. It's pretty cool. Peach, you can go up on the bed if you want. Come on. Are you sad because I'm not paying attention? I'm sorry. Yes, Peach? Giving me likes, thank you very much. Do you think the artists get paid equal amount in comparison to work they do in jobs? I live in for any of my opinion the country payment I mean, that kind of happens everywhere. Like, I think certain areas or certain people, companies, studios, like, they will definitely underpay you. And there will definitely be places and people who will pay you what you deserve. So ultimately it depends on, you know, who you're working with. Because I've worked with people that pay me exactly what I ask, and I usually ask for more than I would typically price myself, just as like a first number. And then there are people that severely underpay me, but I take on jobs, you know, depending on whether or not I really want to work on their project, and you know, I don't mind taking the pay cut because it's less of a you know, income thing and more of a I want to help you out. I tend to do that for friends projects and stuff like that. But yeah, so I think it happens everywhere in all contexts, but you know, certain countries might be more majority are being underpaid, like third world countries especially tend to get this treatment. I think Venezuela and a lot of like Brazil, for example, like they get taken advantage of a lot by all sorts of companies, including Western ones, like American ones, because those artists, the value of their dollar is not nearly as high as American dollars, or their currency is not as much as American dollars. So American companies, you know, lesser amounts go a longer way, so they find it to be validation that they can underpay artists, which is totally bullshit. So, you know, but that kind of thing happens everywhere. Generally though, I've found that, you know, where I work at the very least, I tend to pick the jobs that can pay me an amount that I'm comfortable with. And especially since I've been working for over 10 years at this point, I tend to get jobs that I can usually be confident that they will pay me a decent amount. Feet are hard to draw. They really are. Any tips about how to study perspective? Perspective is a very technical thing. It's hard to kind of fake it till you make it. So I would recommend actually looking at courses about perspective and trying to get at least like a base understanding of how it works, like how to make a perspective grid, how to utilize it, how to apply it, different ways of being able to calculate height, and in general just learning the skill of like building a kind of muscle memory for what looks right and what doesn't, because beyond just being able to draw like perspective grids, you also need to develop a kind of a sense for, you know, even if you do fake the perspective, which is quite often what people do, like most illustrations have not accurate perspectives, but it's okay because what they are trying to do looks better than if they did try to follow perfect perspective. And it's knowing, you know, when that is off, what does incorrect perspective that doesn't fit the given parameters and is just kind of plain wrong versus what is perspective that is inaccurate but doesn't necessarily affect your ability to look at the drawing. Those are also things that you should keep an eye out for, and those are things that you can learn from people that actually know kind of more about tech art, which is not me. I draw humans, which I think is very indicative of the fact that I do not have a great technical understanding, because those types of people, they're usually the ones kicking ass, drawing cars and mechs and doing environments and stuff, and I am someone who gets by being politely wrong about anatomy most of the time. I am 23. Someone doesn't like the way they draw, not technically but style-wise. I could care less about having an art tab. I just really don't like the way my drawings look. So you kind of have to figure out what you don't like about it first. Because, you know, as much as I harp on art style being stupid and convoluted and overrated, the fact of the matter is that, you know, we do have preferences for our art styles that aren't something that we naturally do. So there is a level of developing it that does tend to have to happen. And so, you know, I went through kind of a shift like that not too long ago, I mean, a couple years ago, but where I was really dissatisfied with how my characters looked. I didn't like the way that I drew faces. I didn't like the way that I drew certain body types or whatever. So, you know, if you don't like the way that you draw, then you should start putting some time into researching, like, okay, what is it that I actually do like? And what is it that I'm not doing that is kind of creating this look that I don't like? And why don't I like it? And what am I looking for, really? Those are all pretty valid questions to ask, and it's not necessarily really the same as trying to find an art style. It's more about redirecting your kind of path towards a goal look, a goal kind of direction. Because art style is difficult to talk about because it kind of blurs lines a little bit, but I think there's a difference between finding your art style and knowing the direction and the genre and the look and the feeling of where you want your art to go, because there are so many different flavors within each direction in each genre, but knowing that you want to go with something that feels a little bit more perhaps like childlike or a little bit more hand-drawn versus something that feels very clean and pop arty, like those are completely different directions that you might not naturally understand or not naturally gravitate towards or draw like that when you yourself are aware that you prefer a certain style or a certain look. So, you know, I'd say take some time to like look at your favorite artists, think about your art and figure out like what is it that you don't like about it, and start kind of making a concrete list of things that you are, you know, dissatisfied with, that you'd like to change, that you'd like to start moving away from, or things that you would like to work towards, and find artists that you think really exemplify those things. And once you have those artists, start to unravel, like, okay, what is it that they're doing? How are they doing this? What are things that I have to learn to do in order to achieve this other goal, I guess? If it's, I feel like I don't draw characters that are pretty enough, because aesthetics is a thing that people sometimes care about. Oh, Lucky, thank you for the raid. I hope your stream went well. You know, knowing that, okay, I want my art to look creepy, or I want my art to look pretty, or I want to have a better sense for color because I like the aesthetics of something that has a really strong color palette. Like, those are things that you have to decide whether or not they matter to you, and once you have that in mind, then you'll understand where to go from there, what things you'll have to learn, what things you'll have to work on, to get to a position where you feel like you know, you have actionable items to work on. Yeah, thank you guys. I hope your stream went well, and you know, hope you have a good night. got all the questions so far. Yeah, of course. My streams are always open for people to ask me questions. Just understand that there are some that I can't answer because I haven't been alive long enough to really be able to tell you things that I feel like are steeped in experience or actual proof. I can only really talk in like abstract concepts, like, you know, art-related questions. Or personal questions, I guess. But I'll do my best to answer. You. Makes me really happy to hear that. Do you settle on a name for a cat? For the cat. I missed some streams while you were signing. Oh, yes. The cat's name is Peach. How long is your index finger? I have really small hands. I have extremely small hands. So I don't actually know how long my finger is. I wonder if I can measure it. Hold on. I have an app on my phone, or I think all iPhones come with this if it's been updated to the recent iOS. So I'm gonna see if I can measure my finger. According to my phone, it says it is 4 inches. Yeah. Is it? Hands are very small according to people that I live with. Maybe it's 3. 2? 3. I don't know. I don't know measurements. I have not held a basketball in a really long time, but I mean I can if my hands are directly underneath the center of gravity, but my hands are definitely not as big as people who generally play basketball. nuances of measuring your fingers. Can I play piano? I used to play piano when I was like 2 to 4. And I also played violin from like 10 to 12, I think. But I cannot read music for the life of me. I remember where notes are depending on like where they are on the board, as opposed to knowing notes and knowing what sound goes with the note. So yeah, music is not really my thing, despite having been raised in a family that has a lot of musicians in it. So I am trying to like learn on my own time, like ukulele and stuff, because I think it'd be really fun to have like an acoustic instrument under my belt, but unfortunately I haven't had time recently to keep playing it, so. Whenever I go to like a restaurant and I see the waiters and waitresses like holding everything in like one hand, I'm just like, how is that even possible? I would be so bad. Okay, what is a job that you guys think you'd be really bad at? Because I think the worst job I could potentially be in is being like a waitress, because I can't remember anything. As soon as I walk away from a table, it's gone. Like, there are people that I've met that like they don't have to write anything, they couldn't, and I'm just like, nope, gone. Like, instantly, as soon as I look away from you, it's gone. Whatever you wanted, water? Nuh-uh, you're starving at this point. Can't remember menus, probably couldn't remember a layout, like, oh. I think about it a lot. Every time I'm in, like, some kind of eatery, I'm always like, damn, so much respect for these people. They have to remember orders, especially if, like, you get caught off guard by a table that's not yours, and you have to, like, remember people's orders, which you probably don't, and that's fine, it's whatever. Talk to, like, people all day, have to be nice to them. I couldn't imagine doing that. Okay, but my forearms and my hands are so small, I probably couldn't do it anyway. I'll probably do one more after this one. Or we'll see after I finish this one. Thank you for coming, Joshua. See you next time. To be a character concept artist, so I want to set goals and milestones for myself as I'm planning how many character projects I will do in X time frame. What do you think? Like, if you okay, well, one, you're very young. Sufi, thank you for the raid. I remember what it was like to be 16 and think like, I'm out of time. I gotta plan out my life, So just letting you know, you have time. But currently, your biggest hurdle right now will be college, unless you don't plan on going to college, in which case then priorities change. But in general, if you want to be a character concept artist, it is the things that you should really be preparing are, as you are right now, kind of just like getting comfortable drawing characters. Like, you're not really in a position where you're learning a lot about design and stuff like that, and that's kind of better done by either an actual professional teacher or starting to actually get into courses that teach you about design, in which case, you can figure out when you'd want to do those things. I'd say if you're this young, like, just appreciate drawing characters and exploring different ideas. The more experience you have just kind of drawing all sorts of different genres, all sorts of different types of characters, body types, learning anatomy as best you can, getting, just like being able to communicate an idea, right? Because that's the whole point of concept, right? You're communicating a concept, a premise, what is it? Just like a prompt, right? You are in trying to execute on an idea, and there's a lot of other stuff in regards to concept, but essentially that's the core of it. And so developing a taste and an appreciation and a kind of finding joy in doing that will be good, because the core part about concept that I think is the most difficult for most people is just kind of the endurance of trying to make as many different ideas and explore ideas as possible. Because when you're just drawing characters for fun, you don't really think about like, oh, let me, do a ton of different iterations on this idea, because if you're the only one who needs to vet the idea, you're just gonna go with whatever one you did first, probably. So building up that endurance by, really liking the process of drawing different characters, not being too precious with every one that you do, expanding your kind of field of ideas by trying out different challenges, not just making characters that are normal and mundane, but trying out different genres, making stories for the characters that you draw, but also being familiar with drawing a ton of different designs that you aren't super tied to or super passionate about, in terms of not being willing to change it. Because doing concept for characters is different from just drawing characters, in the way that you're often asked to be willing to change designs or scrap designs entirely. And that's a part of the job. But before you get to that point, just enjoying the act of it is a good start. Once you kind of feel like you are comfortable drawing characters in a variety of genres, in a variety of clothes, ages, body types, things that tell a story, right? You can start thinking about, okay, so character design projects for your portfolio, they're meant to show a breadth of your understanding of the prompt, which is pitching, designing, and executing on a specific concept and premise and idea. So being able to define a story, of an atmosphere, a look, and kind of a style of execution for a story, showing that you can work within a sandbox that you created, that you can ideate on, generate ideas for, and continue to build various iterations of a concept that, obviously you created, but you are also willing to explore past what you previously determined, right? Preconceived notions of a design. And putting a character in context, being able to tell stories about that character through the design as opposed to writing it down or explaining it to someone, or how to add subtle pieces to a character that makes them interesting, that makes people want to know more about them, that makes people want to see more content about them. That's what you're trying to accomplish in a character design project. How many you should have? You only really need 1 or 2 really good character design projects. Ideally, your portfolio should not be filled with stuff. It should be filled with your best work that is like pointed at the specific job you're trying to get. And so if you are, going for a character concept, one primary huge big story project, or with like multiple characters in it, is all you really need. It's choosing a good story where you can have like a good variety of characters, and a good variety of designs that you can showcase, which is why, an average story with average characters and a mundane world might not work nearly as well if you're applying for places that don't work in very realistic, like, medias. So games or movies or animations, places that tend to do more fantastical, more sci-fi things. Games in particular, doing sci-fi stuff is generally pretty good if you're going towards like one of those more AAA stuff, because they tend to do those types of games. Knowing who you're building that portfolio for. But if you're going, for school and stuff, you can do whatever the heck you want. So this is all to say that if you're 16, you don't have to worry necessarily about like building for, I guess, a job just yet. Focus more on like really just building your kind of comfort level with drawing characters, because once you get to actually learning about design, if you aren't at a point where you already, draw characters on your own time, you are comfortable creating characters, working with a concept, ideating with stuff, because, you have your own OCs and you have your own stories and you are comfortable, like, ideating, and you're comfortable building different options, different clothing, working with a variety of characters with a variety of ages and occupations. Design as a thing to learn will be difficult, because you're going to be struggling just with the part about executing the concept, drawing the concept. Going into a design class, having already gone through a lot of the more technical things, makes it infinitely easier to then just focus on building your design skills, learning what design techniques you can use to then, help you build more interesting, fuller projects, essentially. So that's my recommendation, if you got anything out of that. Bye, Zeno. Are there any courses you personally recommend for character design? I don't really know a ton beyond the one that I made, which is not like a personal endorsement. It's just like, I don't pay attention to a lot of like courses. I know there's some in Brainstorm, but I haven't personally taken a ton of them. I know Ondang does a character design course, but I haven't taken that either. It seems like people are having fun, but it's like, I don't personally take a lot of courses, so I can't really give them a personal recommendation beyond the one that I made. But that, again, is not to say that you have to take it. I've put a lot of work into it, but that's only really if, you want to take a class of that type. Because some people prefer classes that are live, so. And I really appreciate you guys taking the class. You ever had your tablet doing some weird spiral thing to your brush? Is it like when you hold it down or something, it turns into like a silver circle? Yeah, I was invited by Class 101 to make a course for them. I've never had that happen. No, I've never had that happen before. I have a question. When do you have a biggest jump in terms of improvement in career? Like a big eureka moment, everything just clicks, you improve faster. So those are moments which happen across your time, like, improving. There's not really a moment where that is just on forever. It could just be like an hour where you suddenly feel like, oh, okay, I actually kind of get this. You make something, you're like, okay, yeah, like that ended up looking really good and stuff. And then like the next day you're just kind of back to feeling pretty shitty about everything. So, you know, I feel like those moments typically come when I have kind of really tried to make an effort to kind of step out of my comfort zone, out of my typical habits, and I really tried to, examine what it is that I have gotten comfortable doing. What is it that I want to be working towards, and I make a concerted effort to like really change something about my art, regardless of how small it might be, to match my direction that I'm going in. For example, one big change I made was I was looking at a couple of classic oil paintings, and I was looking at how they painted noses, because I always had a pretty big weird like insecurity about how I paint noses, because I always thought it felt too like strong. The way that I painted noses, I always felt like it really destroyed the face and how I was trying to like how I wanted my faces to look, but I could never understand like how was I going to paint this differently. And it wasn't until I started looking at how classic oil painters painted faces that I realized that you don't really need a ton of value and a ton of colors to give the impression of form. And so I tried it. I tried not using as many high contrasting colors and in hues and values in places where I didn't want the focus to be. And the nose was, in some lighting senses, was not the main focal point. It was like the eyes or the whole face in general, but that's more about like making sure that the face is kind of contrasting with its surroundings, as opposed to the features on the face being in high contrast. So I practiced using less high contrasting tones and values in certain areas, and I realized it made it a lot easier for you to kind of just like it made it easier to sort of diffuse that like weird focus I used to have on like noses. It kind of helped bring the whole face together in the way that, you know, a lot of people say like simplification is usually the way to go. I felt like I was kind of achieving a form of simplification that was allowing me to gain that a little bit more of an illustration quality, where it felt like the face was a lot more tied together because I wasn't throwing random dark values everywhere trying to equally render everything. But that was born from finding a very small specific thing I was trying to fix. And it's usually those things that make the biggest impact, because now I have a completely different way about how I go about painting certain things, how I go about drawing certain things, because of those tiny moments. But those moments don't happen consistently, and they don't happen all the time. So, you know, I know a lot of people want to believe that at a certain point you just stop having all these problems with art. You start, like, you know, improvement is easier. You get better faster. You know, in general, like, stop feeling bad about your work, and you stop having imposter syndrome, and you stop being anxious about stuff or getting depressed about stuff. You stop feeling incompetent at what you do. None of that goes away. It just kind of comes back and comes in different forms and shapes, and it comes in waves. Same with general art problems. You might not struggle with the same things. If you know, struggled with anatomy and then you develop a better understanding of it, then core basic anatomy is not going to be the problem anymore. It's going to be about applying what you know about anatomy to the thing you're trying to draw, the character you're trying to draw. And then once you get to that point, then it's not so much about applying basic anatomical techniques and basic anatomical knowledge to things. It's going to start being about, okay, so now it becomes a lot more abstract. How do I use my knowledge of anatomy to how do I modulate my knowledge of anatomy to enhance the look of a character? How do I use different muscle structures and different like lines to describe those things to achieve the look that I want per character? And how does, you know, increasing muscle definition for a character change the way that you perceive them, and the way that I draw them, and the way that the drawing itself looks, and the way that the style looks? And once you get to that point, you know, then it's like, okay, so now I understand how to use muscle structures and stuff to enhance the look of a character. But then it becomes a question, and a more abstract question, of like, not only is the look and the storytelling of a character important, now you have to think about, in this piece, overall, in the art of this character, how do you start bending these rules of what is technical and what is you know, like, base fundamental knowledge, and how do you start subtly breaking it so that you're no longer bound by those same rules of basic foundations? You're utilizing foundations to achieve a concept within a concept. It's bending, like, the anatomy of Batman so that you get his cloak being basically his entire body. Physically, that doesn't work. Physically, that doesn't happen. And the lighting in a lot of Batman-esque covers, for example, like, are complete bullshit. But, like, the shapes that you create in the shadows, the shapes of his silhouette and his body, and how you use anatomy and stuff like that, that becomes a lot more of an abstract choice. It becomes, all of it, a stylistic choice. That the deeper you get into something, the more you work with an idea, with a fundamental concept. It's like another, it's, I don't know how to describe it. It just, your problems change, and they get more complex and a lot more convoluted, and they're just as annoying. So those moments of like really good, really nice discovery, it kind of just comes and goes. Right, and that's the problem with art for a lot of people, is that it is like, it is possible to make money off of art, but the time sink you need to put into it means that there's gonna be a couple years where you're just sort of not making the amount that, and granted, a lot of these people are never happy ultimately with whatever amount you make, and that's a lot more than I think a 16-year-old can handle, and that's kind of just your parents being unfair about it. But I'd say that if you want to make money when you're earlier on, getting into certain industries and stuff like that, like, it's a lot better for you to have kind of a variety of skills, and not saying like branch out into a ton of different like specialties. It's like, I worked as an illustrator for 8-9 years before I got my first concept job working full-time, and I built up from, you know, doing one-off commissions on DeviantArt to starting to do regular commissions. I picked up streaming, I picked up YouTube. I didn't finish YouTube, streaming was on and off, but I built up a platform. I started getting bigger clients. I started working contract gigs. I started working with companies. I started doing freelance with people that were willing to pay me more, and like, that was me building up towards a position where I could start making decent money while also working, or like going to school, working on a character concept stuff, learning how to design things. I took a bunch of these skills and I started applying them in every place that I could, so that I could be working, but then also be learning the skills to get the job that I ultimately wanted to get, which is character concept. So if you're someone who, you know, needs to be making money in some capacity to prove something, which again, I'd have to say, like, they're not going to be happy with any kind of money that you make until you get to a relatively established position. Like, you can make upwards of 60 to 80k and higher doing freelancer stuff, but that's usually when you've gotten like steady clients and stuff like that. I'm currently, you know, working a full-time job and I get a full-time salary, but that's after having worked 10 plus years in freelance, doing not concept. So, you know, I'd say you can definitely aim to get into concept, but typically, you know, those types of jobs are not really available for people prior to, you know, being contacted by a studio to contract for them, or being employed at a studio to do that kind of stuff. I'd say you'd probably want to focus on building a portfolio that you can use to, one, get you through the motions of like concept in general, but also developing skills that you can sell prior to that. I'd say that yes, there is money to be made, but it's difficult for minors to be making that kind of money. Not to say you can't do it, but it requires a fair amount of sacrifice on your part. Sacrifice that, to me, I think is difficult to make at the same time that you're trying to learn how to just like appreciate art and like have fun with it and define it as like something you're gonna do for the rest of your life. Like it's you know, because I worked most of my childhood and most of my teenage years, I know what it's like to try and figure out what your style is or what your goals are or whatever you want to do, while you're trying to like finish commissions and find jobs and earn money. It's nearly impossible. But you can do it. It's just going to be incredibly emotionally draining. Most likely. Nope. Nothing I've done so far in the past like 2 years has been cleared of NDA, so fortunately I cannot share anything. I will hydrate. Oh, and I will also get up and stretch. I'm gonna give Miss Peach pets. Hold on. Miss Peach! Are you ready for pets? Because I'm about to give you pets. Her own business, and then here I am harassing her. Yeah, good luck, dude. It's tough stuff, but artists are making a lot more nowadays than they've made in the past, and so a lot of these preconceived notions of how much artists make is not true. That isn't true for everyone, but I will say the opportunity is there. Harassing my cat. For these especially, it's 11 by 17 inches at 300 dpi. Lately for work, I've been working at like 30 inches by 30 inches. So, a lot of my recent stuff has been that big, and then I'm like, oh wait, I have to go back to 11 by 17. Saving? I don't know what that is. I don't know what you mean. I don't know. I had so many times in like the past where someone will tell me like, hey, can we like use this for something huge? We're gonna need you to up-res it for us. And I'm like, do you know? Do you understand how up-resing doesn't work with Photoshop files? So now as a sort of out of spite, now I make everything at like 30 inches by 30 inches. Aren't you 17? I'm just saying. People here in this chat, generally, because of who I am, personality-wise, like, chat's usually pretty calm. And so, like, I know there are some people that freak out when a Twitch chat isn't very active, but, like, it's fine. Like, it's not a bad thing when people are just kind of, you know, doing whatever they're doing, and I'm not the type of person that's gonna hype people up constantly, because I'm not really interested in doing that. So, you know. Yeah, so, like, I know for some people silence is not a good thing, but it is here. Not necessarily a good thing or a better thing, just it's a matter of how people here prefer to communicate. which is, you know, that's fine. Like, I don't, I guess, really use streams to, like, as my focus or center of attention. So when it comes to my streams, you know, people are doing other stuff. They're drawing, they're doing their own thing, and they have questions they want answered, or they like listening to questions being answered, then it's all good. It's the point of the stream. It's just a personal preference. Like, I don't know. I feel like I just have more fun when I draw this way. Even if I do kind of, you know, struggle a little bit, like, it's fine. I will sketch if I need to, but for just like random one-off drawings, it's not nearly as necessary, and I kind of prefer like the challenge of kind of trying to use my existing knowledge and guessing like where things should be and how things should interconnect, and it challenges me to also have a better sense for proportion and visualizing, I guess. And it's fun. To a certain extent, yeah. I have drawn a lot of these types of things, just like characters in general. So I can kind of guess how to draw something if it's vaguely humanoid shaped, even if I haven't drawn that specific pose or that specific type of character before. Funnily enough, I feel like my drawings tend to be pretty stiff, but I do know what you're talking about. It's hard to capture like the same level of momentum, which is why animators are, you know, often gods at capturing a moment in time without sacrificing any of that innate energy. And I think a lot of that is attributed to that emphasis on like line of action and their like gesture studies and stuff. So if you struggle with maintaining momentum in a drawing, you should try doing the short-term gesture studies, the ones that are like 10 seconds, 15 seconds, a minute. They are particularly good at training you to be fast and efficient with your drawings. And then once you have like a better understanding of, you know, capturing the essence of a pose and using the like kind of drawn out lines to really emphasize motion and momentum, then you can start paring it down with slowing down and starting to really break down these poses in a lot more of a like a, I don't know, technical way. on paper, so do you notice a difference in style between that and digital? Yeah, absolutely. My drawings traditionally look nothing like my style when I draw on the computer. And I kind of like it. It's like a completely different mentality, I guess. I feel like my drawings when I'm drawing traditionally is a lot more honest. I'm a lot looser drawing traditionally than I am digitally. Does he have a tail? Doesn't seem like it. You ever find yourself doom scrolling smartphone, YouTube, Instagram? Yeah, for sure. I have started making a habit of just like forgetting my phone like on my bed or something, and I have done that less, but in the times where I do get caught, I get caught pretty bad. I have very bad self-control. I typically find myself doom scrolling when I'm like reading a webtoon or something, because that's like the only time I really use my phone nowadays. And oh my god, I'll like go to bed at like a normal time, and then I'll still go to bed late because I didn't sleep until like 4 or something, because I was like reading a webtoon or whatever. Oh, you're here. Okay, cool. Because I was looking at him like, I don't think he has one. But I could be wrong. I've missed drawing tails before. Watching any shows recently? Not particularly, no. I haven't really kept up with shows. I've been watching a lot of YouTube videos though. Someone I recently started watching is CoffeeZilla. He does a lot of videos on like crypto scams and stuff. Am I using 2 monitors? Yes, I am. Once you've started using 2 monitors, you can never go back. I feel you. I feel you. When I used laptops almost exclusively up until I started working this job. And I didn't know the glory of just like having the computing power and the just like the having multiple display ports and HDMI ports is great. Do you have any advice on drawing quicker? I tend to find myself getting drawn in on details a lot when I'm drawing, and I really slow down my art process. I have a ton of works in progress that's still never finished. So, you know, I do understand what you're talking about, because that's something I've been really battling a lot recently, is kind of getting too drawn into the details. Like, as you noticed, like, this took me way too long to draw, and I'd say, like, what I do by the end of it is, like, I kind of just zoom out, and I try to push myself to not focus too much on, like, smaller details. And then once I feel like, okay, I have, you know, all of the necessary information there, I can go in and kind of refine it a little bit, especially with paintings. Honestly, when it comes to doing things faster, a lot of that just comes from partially, like, mileage, like having the experience to know, like, what techniques to use, and you just have a better understanding of the materials that you're using, like the program and the tools, and also, like, different ways to achieve the look you're going for. So, you know, painting a face for someone who's been painting faces for 15 years is not going to take nearly as long as someone who's only been doing it for a couple years. And you know, beyond that as well, focusing too much too early on really tight rendering or getting too caught up in, like, the small, finer parts of a character does take a lot of time. So I'd say, you know, when you can, like, practice actually, you know, trying to draw a little bit faster, like, speed wise. You know, force yourself to kind of not spend too long on a certain detail. This is where gesture drawing is really good, because it forces you to draw something efficiently, quickly, just jot down the idea of it really fast. And as you get better at gesture drawings, you also get better at accurately placing down lines. So you're not just kind of scribbling to make the time limit, you start actually making decisions about how you're drawing, so that at some point you're not necessarily drawing faster, you're just drawing more efficiently. And that's really the thing you're trying to get to, is drawing in an efficient way. When you draw inefficiently, you spend a lot of time on places that don't need extra time. You know, you kind of just keep rehashing the same ideas when they've already been put down, or you spend too long trying to communicate an idea that if you just kind of really focused and put a ton of thought into what you're putting down with, like, intent and stuff like that, it wouldn't have taken nearly as long. So it's things like that where you're kind of working both with kind of you know, experience and muscle memory and just mileage, as well as thinking about what is it that you're doing while you're drawing that is extending the amount of time that it takes. Is it you're spending too long in between strokes? Is it that you keep rehashing the same ideas? Is it that you actually just legitimately draw lines really slowly or paint really slowly? Or do you keep nudging and fiddling with a certain painting in a certain place? Are you not getting down the big strokes and you're spending too long? Like, people, this is like a weird thing that I've noticed, but, like, people who learn painting by, like, copying photos, what they do is, like, they kind of paint it like an oil painter. They paint bit by bit, and they just, like, copy values, and it takes them an age to do it. But a lot of people on YouTube who, like, they I don't know, I describe it as, like, AP art kids. Artists who, like, they paint in a way where they just, like, one for one copy whatever they see on the reference, and so, like, they're just they work from the eye out and they paint each individual value and they kind of just keep finessing it until it's totally accurate before they move on to something else. That takes a really long time. It's really time consuming to really try to get accuracy and perfectionist kind of, to have those perfectionist tendencies so early on. When honestly, sometimes just having something down, pushing it through, kind of pushing every element of the drawing through at the same time, or you know, breaking it down so that, like, especially with painting, if you're working on it, you try to, like, modulate how much detail and how much time you spend in certain areas so that you can really get, like, the effect of certain areas have a lot more detail and a lot more refinement if they are more important to the focal point. Stuff like that requires a little bit of thinking and a little bit of, like, conscious decision making. And that can drastically increase the amount of time, or drastically decrease the amount of time if you plan ahead for it. Tend to think a lot about where to place lines, which makes my drawing process go a lot slower. I'd say if you're in that stage, like, go for the classic process of, like, just sketch it out really fast, just put your idea down, and then go in layers, you know, like, slowly refine it over sketches and sketches, which, you know, does add time, but if you're pushing through and making it so that you don't really necessarily have to think about where you're placing lines, you can work through where you're placing your lines. And then as you do that more and more often, you start getting a better sense for where those lines should be placed. You get the muscle memory to know, like, okay, if I'm gonna draw a character in this pose, I know this is about where the arm should be, I know where that line should go. You start needing those sketches less and less. If you need sketches to kind of just throw an idea out there to really just get it on paper, like, use them for that reason. It's why I don't necessarily recommend people, like, try to learn to draw like I do, because I draw really slowly, for sure, but that's also kind of a result of, in the, like, last 2-3 years, me realizing that I want to be more purposeful with my work. And now that I've done it for a while, I'm starting to leave that. I'm starting to think about, okay, how do I push it past this? But people see what I do and they're like, I want to draw without sketches. It's not nearly that glamorous. And if you need to use stuff like that to help you kind of push through pieces and draw and finish things more often, then, you know, you should take whatever tools you have and use them. Because I think, honestly, finishing things is kind of, it's really important. Even if finishing it doesn't necessarily mean, like, painting it or rendering it or anything, being able to, like, leave things behind and just keep making stuff and keep moving forward, having that kind of body of work is a lot more important, I think, sometimes, than, you know, constantly refining the same thing forever. Oh, hey. Didn't even notice that. I'm glad you like it. Yeah, so I think painting digitally is much different than when you paint traditionally, and in that way, that's sort of how a lot of oil painters tend to paint, versus, you know, I learned to paint from, hold on. I tend to learn, I learned painting from doing it digitally, so I have a completely different, like, I guess, path to it. Thank you. And how I do that is often from layering that kind of, the process of layering, essentially. So, actually, let me see if I can find an example of this that I can actually show, because a lot of my recent work that I've been doing this stuff with is not something I can show. Was it in the D&D folder? Where did I even put it? Hold, I must find it. I think I have a sketch somewhere. Where it is. Not that. I guess I got rid of the sketch. Is it better shown here? Okay, so sometimes I'll start with like a really basic sketch somewhere somehow. And I'll go through the process of having separate layers for this. So if you see in my like actual Photoshop layers, I have like this layer 1, layer 2 thing over here, and then underneath it I have kind of like a basic backdrop. So I have different layers for these things, and then once I've toned it and stuff, I'll usually merge these layers together, and then I'll start painting on top of them. Now, I usually paint on one layer, so that's why there's a big change. But essentially, like, you know, this idea of having all of these pieces kind of in layers, merging them together, then painting on top, that's not something you can do traditionally. And, like, when it comes to painting, this is kind of how I have always done it, is this idea of layering on detail. And it works for digital stuff, doesn't necessarily work too well for traditional things. But, you know, it's just kind of how I've always gone about it, I guess. Is this how you did that Reforged sketch you did for me? Yeah, the Reforged one was just, it was similar to this version of it, where I was just kind of like drawing lines and then making shadow shapes and stuff like that, and then it eventually transitioned to something bigger. But I was gonna try to do more gesture drawings and sketches when working digital art. I'm trying to do a sketch. Yeah, I'd say, you know, people, like, I think put too much stock into, like, I guess the process that they see a lot of other people using, but breaking, hello, Mr. Carr? Breaking the steps down to as much as you need, and, you know, making the process work for you is a lot more important than, you know, people just saying like, oh, you do a sketch and then you do a liner and then you do base colors. And it's like, just do whatever you want. Just do whatever you need to do. Like, there are times where I will need to really work through an idea or a pose or like composition. So I will do multiple sketches, kind of getting closer and closer to refinement until essentially it's almost like a finished liner, give or take. And, you know, me being able to work through those problems as opposed to just kind of like hoping for the best because I already did my sketch layer. It's like, nah, just do whatever you need to do. 'Tis fine. Okay. I'll probably end it there, and we'll pick someone to raid. I don't know if anyone has friends that is currently streaming that they'd want to raid that does art. That's my only stipulation. Otherwise, I'll just find someone that we can raid. But I do 3, and then save as a JPEG. But yeah, thank you everyone for coming. It's been kind of hectic recently, and I would love to stream more often, so at the very least I'm gonna try again next Friday to maintain Friday streams. Oh, is Shillen streaming? Okay, yeah, we can do Shillen. Have you felt like you've left behind by your peers at 18? I know I'm young, I shouldn't be feeling this way by the time I just can't help any advice. Yeah, so let's do some last minute advice things. Just, you know, for anyone who has questions still. Yes, it is very normal to feel left behind by people your age, especially, you know, when you are constantly connected with people that, you know, are your age and they do work that you perceive as being better than yours. The hard answer is that this is always going to be the case. You're always going to kind of feel like you're not good enough, you don't belong in a space, you don't, you know, you can't compete, you're not fast enough, you're not improving fast enough. It's a very normal response to comparing yourself to others and having general insecurities about your art. Mix those two together and you're going to probably always feel like you're being left behind. So I would, you know, just kind of understand that you're not alone in feeling this way. In fact, it's very normal to feel this way. And that a lot of those thoughts are, at its core, your insecurities attempting to sabotage you. And the best you can do as you're learning to deal with it and as you're learning to kind of handle it, is to, you know, use this opportunity to kind of like give yourself a little break. Take a step away from your art, from making art, rather. And just think about, you know, where do you want to go with your work? Where do you want to take it? Because I think we spend, just in general, artists spend a lot of time online looking at other artists, looking at other art, and forcing ourselves to hold our art to other standards. Standards defined by other people that don't have the same goals as us, that haven't lived the same lives as us, that don't have the same inspirations as us, and yet we insist on using them as standards for our art. And that's just kind of a nature of growing up in a community and growing up in an internet, in an age of the internet where we can't help but always find ourselves up against other people. When you're an artist, I think it's really important, especially when, you know, you're learning to love your art and yourself, that you take time to remember what it is that you actually want to achieve. Not what popular artists online are doing, not what society as a whole is telling you is preferable for style, for you know, content, for skill set. You got into art for a reason. And you have very specific tastes, very specific ideas, and specific things that make you happy. Thinking about what those things are, remembering what those things are, and keeping them close to you is what's going to get you through most of the tough times that generally come with being an artist. Being able to remember that, you know, you have stylistic ideals, you have preferences. Those are the artists that, you know, follow those, that support those, should be the ones that you really look at, because they're the ones that are going to help you grow as an artist versus just make you feel bad about not being somewhere in a certain level or a certain skill set. Because inevitably, at any given point in time, there's always going to be someone who's better than you, who started before you, or just has a better grasp of their own goals and their own journey. And so they improve at a rate that to you feels so much more faster, so much more efficient. There's always going to be people like that. And it's always going to feel bad, regardless of how long you've been in the game, how long you've been, you know, comparing yourself to other people or trying not to compare yourself to other people. And I'd like to tell you that it gets easier, but you just kind of learn how to take it in stride. I still compare myself to artists all the time, but for me, I've started to understand what I can and what I can't handle, and something that I found has been really good for me, because I've discovered it's really hard for me to have that level of boundary and that level of distance when I'm constantly looking at other people's art, especially people around my age, who I feel like have done just so much better job improving and learning and stuff like that, or people who just always have been interested in a wider variety of things, and so they have a much better grasp on other things that I wish I spent time learning when I was younger. So, you know, I still compare myself to people, and recently I decided that, you know, I have to change. Like, if I can't personally build those boundaries, then I have to change my habits to help me make those boundaries. And what I did was I just stopped looking at artists online for the most part. I just stopped going on social media. I basically went on my private Twitter, which I reserve just for, like, real life friends, basically. And I don't go on Instagram anymore. I don't go on ArtStation very much anymore unless I need references for work or something like that. And I only look at artists that I can appreciate from kind of just an aesthetic level. But I am isolating what I look at every day, because I know that for my mental health, essentially, I need to create an environment where I'm not focused on other people's work, not focused on other people's development. I'm focused on mine, because ultimately that's what's most important to me, is me developing my own taste and my own direction and my own art in a way that is solely honest and genuine to me. So whatever you need to do to build that environment for yourself is whatever you need to do. And I would encourage you to try and find what that means. I would encourage you to try and figure out just how do you want to move forward with your art, with your journey, as an artist and as a person, and to start building that safe space for yourself. Because social media is just going to be a fire hose forever and always. It's just going to be a fire hose that's always constantly just bursting with content and media and new artists and reasons for you to hate yourself and reasons for you to hate your art. It's always going to do that, and it's not necessarily social media's fault. It's just that there's no way to limit that amount of information without you actively trying to change the way that you interact with social media. How I chose to change that is by limiting the amount of times I go on social media. And for me, that kind of abstaining from being constantly a part of this community, because I realized I don't really actually like communities as much as I used to, has allowed me to grow in a way that's a lot more honest to me. That isn't the case for everyone, so you kind of have to figure out where you want to go with that. But ultimately what this boils down to is that it's a pretty common feeling, one that is going to stay with you for as long as there are other artists in the same playing field. And the best you can do is to help build a space for yourself where you feel like you can really be honest with yourself, where you can really do your own work and grow in your own pace and not be too concerned with other people, up until the point where you develop enough of a resistance to that kind of idea where you can say, you know, yeah, I might not be as good as this other person, but I'm on my own track. I am doing my own work in this direction that I've decided for myself that I want to go in. And that is all that really matters. That's all that you really have to care about. Because at the end of the day, you're the only person who's going to be living your own life. So your priority as an artist, as a person, should be to live that life as honestly as you can, to you. Not to how other people have defined it for you, not to how industry or society or other artists are currently defining it for you. However you can remember your own voice, your own interests, your own passions, that's what you should be building towards. It's okay if you can't do it now. But I think that should be what you should aim for. Because yeah, I agree. It's not a bad thing to be able to compare yourself, but only once you have set up the boundaries required to not let that affect you in a deeper way. Because a lot of the advice I give to people whenever they ask, like, oh, how do I do this? How do I how do I find a style? How do I improve? A lot of it is based on comparing yourself to other people that you like and idolize. It's being able to objectively do that without compromising your own emotional and mental health. That's the hard part. That's the part that you're currently dealing with, and that's the part that's going to suck for the rest of your life. But it does get better as you draw more often, as you get more accustomed to who you are, and you learn more about yourself, and you mature not just as an artist, but like you grow up as a person. You get a better sense for what you care about ultimately. And you know, I'd say that at this point I've grown up to, you know, have moments where I am kind of jealous and I am kind of sad and disappointed that I'm not nearly as good as X person. But I'm also a lot more capable of appreciating what I have accomplished. And I'm a lot more capable of basically allowing myself to I guess like forgive myself for feeling this way, and also for, I guess, absolving myself of the standards that I think we all tend to hold ourselves up to, because it's stupid. You're perfectly fine wherever you're at, regardless of how you feel, whether or not you feel like you're lagging behind or you're not doing nearly as well as other people. Where you're at is perfectly fine. Wherever you want to go, you just kind of have to have those hard conversations with yourself. But you know, as long as you're willing to face those head on, and not punish yourself for feeling this way, then you know, you'll be fine. You'll weather through this. You'll make it through. And I do implore everyone to push through, because if you really love doing art, you really want to do this. Pushing through, holding on, even if it's just doing your best to stay afloat, like, that's sometimes all you can do, because it does get incredibly difficult. And that is perfectly fine. But yeah, again, a very long-winded answer, but maybe, hopefully, somewhere in there you found something that made sense. Otherwise, you know what? You can feel free to disregard whatever I said. Now let's see. Shillin, okay, is streaming. So let's do that. But again, I really appreciate all of you guys that have stuck around, that have joined me today, because you all are very, very kind. And I will see you all next week.